Good evening, everybody. Late start tonight, but it is Friday. It has been a heck of a week, but we are done with it. I'm also going to have a really busy week next week, but I suspect, sorry, I see there are some freebies waiting for me in Epic, so I'm going to pick those up before I go any further. Looks like it is the Dark Side Detective and the Jackbox Party Pack. For those of you that like getting freebies on Epic. That was where I got the Outlast Trials. I think maybe it was, I think it was on Steam as well. But anyway, so I do suspect next week is going to be a bit dodgy as well. Now, as far as days off are concerned, I don't think I have too many, actually don't think I have too many more days off. It's really just related to well, yeah, I don't know. I need to work out my schedule for this D&D group that I'm in, but other than that, I'm not expecting any other interruptions to the regular streaming schedule. Now, I'm not doing Cyberpunk tonight for the simple reason that if all goes well, this will be the last evening on my truly appalling ISP. And in fact, I will say this is not limited to me being whiny about my ISP. Revive Snow has actually been has basically been using the same provider, Rogers, and has apparently they had to stop streaming for a bit because of how often their internet was dropping. And I will say for sure now, I think we're getting onto the second week where quite literally for 2 weeks there has been some kind of drop to the internet connection, like for an extended period of time, long enough that if I had been excuse me, if I had been streaming, it would have broken the video up into two parts. So, you know, that is no... Look, like, once in a while isn't great, but it's the sort of thing where, okay, you know, we live in a fallen world and, you know, it's maybe a little unreasonable to expect, like, 100%, you know, uptime. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I really like playing Outlast Trials, but I was actually planning on doing Outlast Trials tonight for the simple reason that I'm frankly really tired of doing like 1 or 2 or 3 part uploads, especially for a narrative game like Cyberpunk, because it's already like those videos don't have a huge viewership. But frankly, I'm just tired of the people who rely on those, you know, having to deal with a weird hybrid, you know, collection of stuff whenever my ISP decides to, you know, to get its act together. And again, I'll be honest, I'm getting a better service at quite literally half the cost. I should have switched ages ago. But anyways, so this should be the last evening where I'm at risk of an interruption. I may even be able to stream with the VPN on. I'm not sure about that, but because Outlast Trials is a little more accommodating to drops. Like, it sucks for the game because it's an online game, but the idea is it be entangling the game to the stream, especially because it's sort of like 15 to 45 minute chunks. It's the sort of thing that is designed to be eaten in these little bite-sized chunks, and is a bit more accommodating of these kinds of interruptions. So, and again, let's be real. I like this game quite a bit, so it's no hardship for me to play it either. But okay, this will be interesting. So we've got disable 3 enemies with the blind rig, block 3 doors with the barricade rig, and unlock 3 padlock doors. So I'm going to have at least 2 rounds of 2 rounds of activity. Never use the barricade rig, but then that's why I like doing these tasks. So you'll also notice here that I've already finished the cross signals. I will mention, for those of you that haven't seen, there is actually a new update coming. So there will be a new prime asset, a lovely lady. So I've got 34 reasons as to why this will be the most popular character. The reveal trailer is actually the first reveal trailer I've watched since getting back into Outlast Trials. So I was quite excited to see that. So we finished the weekly tasks, we finished the cross signals. It's just the daily tasks that I need to get through. I am not doing Invasion, although it looks like they actually made some changes to Invasion as well. So it's a lot more about harassing the player rather than outright killing them. And I did notice in some of the subreddit conversation and some of the talk surrounding the update, the consent. Okay, so I want to say consensus, but I'm going to say consensus among the people who are like participating in these conversations, and that may be different from the the broader community. But at least what I was reading was that there was a perception of some toxicity with the invasions. And so this idea here of making it something that's greater threat in an environment, but maybe not something that will end the session. I like that idea quite a bit. And I also think it sort of justifies my decision not to really engage with the invasion stuff until later. So I think I'll let the other test subjects help calibrate the experience for me. So leaving aside the invasion, we've got escalation therapy. So that I've had, you in fact all saw last Monday, the rather disappointing performance in the last one, dying quite literally in the closing moments of the level 10 trial. But that's how it works, I made a foolish decision and paid for it. And then Rebirth. So I believe the limit on Rebirth tokens is 1,000. So I'm going to want to keep an eye on that. But the idea here is I want to get as close to finishing all the standard versions of the maps, and then I will do, let's say I'll do one more Rebirth, and then I'll start working on the intensive versions. And again, the closer I get to 1,000 tokens, I'll do another Rebirth. But I don't think I'm gonna need to draw down the tokens that much. I think you get like 5 for a MK challenge, and then I think 10 for a full map. So anyway, yeah. So one of the things that's nice about the daily tasks are that they give me an excuse to do more of the just like try different things. So we are going to continue down the path. Now it's, I'm tempting to do the escalation, but I don't have a blind or a barrier for escalation. So at this point, core therapy is both in line with my goal of completing the standard versions of all of these things, but also gives me the opportunity to switch between rigs. So here we're going to do destroy the evidence. Now, hopefully I can use this one as a little bit of a lesson in terms of how to do this this challenge better. If there's no evidence, there is no crime. Destroy the proof of our mistakes, and then we never did anything wrong. But honestly, this is an excuse to just hang out and chat with a lot of you. So I will also confess, so it's been a rough week. Like I had a great time. Hopefully I did well at work. But I'm feeling worn out. So the other thing that's nice is, doing something like this helps me unwind.
Decay, the ceaselessly grinding entropy that destroys fact
Yeah, somebody put some of the coil lines on. Ah, crap! Sorry, I just smudged my glasses. All right, this will have to do as a temporary measure. So I put like very literally a big thumbprint right on my my left lens. All right. So. Or acid to dissolve the body in the courtroom. The acid's kind of an interesting one here because, again, this is one of the things that I really admire about the way that Outlast Trials work. So, there's definitely sort of a, I don't know, we'll call it the common core for like challenges and missions and such. That should be for doors. Nope. Back off. So I backed out of that for the simple reason that I didn't want to, I don't believe that'll count towards the unlock doors challenge. But yeah, so there's, excuse me. There's definitely like a standard set of things that you'll do in this game. So, you know, usually the challenges will involve something along the lines of bring this object over here, you know, and do some action. Which I realize is kind of also a way you could kind of break down all games, but you know, there's sort of a standard form. By the way, I did finally learn that you do not need to trigger the door traps if you're on the wrong side of them. I'm sure other people figured this out a lot sooner than me, but but what's kind of neat is the way that, so each new map kind of seems to introduce a new idea. And what I really like is they always seem to find something, you know, just something a little extra to make, to put a unique spin on the challenge. So for instance, the acid is kind of interesting because it's essentially one that says, you know, don't perform certain actions that you normally would with one of these things. Okay, so here, if I... Oh, looks like they're going to open up, actually. Well, not that that really matters. Actually, this doesn't seem to get me anything at all. Yeah, so I'm assuming if I run with this, definitely if I jump. And what's kind of neat about this is that it's a... you know, it's still kind of a standard... it's still kind of a standard action. But it... again, that little variation on it is just enough to sort of add another dimension to the challenge. Okay, got a little lucky there. So this is a good example, right? If I felt Coil was like a credible threat. So, for instance, I don't necessarily know where... Oh. I want to see... Actually, too late. Right, so the set of options available to me when I have a, you know, when I've got that acid is quite different than if I'm carrying some other object and want to try move quickly or get out of a jam. So again, like, it's the other thing that I sort of like. So again, maybe I'm just too easily impressed by small things, but I think one of the things that really strikes me about this is that I can see how, like, I just appreciate how much has been added to the game in, I'd say, a relatively short period of time, if I'm being honest. And so I can see how in some cases... Sorry, just got an alert. So I could see how adding new things to the game would actually produce a situation where, you know, if you're playing as a new player, it feels like there is just this incredible array of, like, Byzantine rules. There's probably... I don't want to go behind one of the... Actually, what I'm really looking for is an excuse to drop the mine. Wasn't a great place to put it, but...
Hey, be cool, bitch. Be cool.
There we go. But yeah, so I can definitely see how if you were to play this as a new player, how it could really seem like this very Byzantine set of completely arbitrary, maybe even completely nonsensical rules. But again, because it's these small variations on existing setups, so like a great example here, right? Okay, I have a choice. Do I try and go under the noise trap, or do I go over? Under normal circumstances, I would jump over because I have a bad habit of standing up too early. Also rather unfortunate to see well, heck. Could really use another battery here. Not at the expense of a face full of laughing gas. All right. I'll confess there's a side of me that just wants to like wait this out, but I don't know how frequently they rotate. So I'll try and make something of the exploration. Okay. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I needed to take care of padlock doors as well. Well, that didn't do me any good. That's not a noise I like. So fun part about this is the fact that if you run, I'm pretty sure if you run with the acid, it doesn't go well for you. This is a bit dangerous because Coil's in the room, but I expect I should be able to make it through. I also don't think it would be a terrible idea to drop a mine.
Of course you want an easy answer. Choose or the colors or the common. And I'm happy to tell you whatever it is you want to buy.
So that just gives me some options if he walks in on me. So it's not obvious to me that there's going to be another acid in this part of the building, but it was the option that was available to me at the time. So I feel like I've passed by a few lock picks. I haven't used any of them. This is the wrong side to be on. Oh, nope. I don't know if I saw anything around here worth looking at. same room. Sorry, I thought I started saying something before about Coil. So I think on YouTube somebody took whatever audio sounds they could find. I think this is in an earlier version of the game. But I'm trying to remember exactly what the line Coil says, but it's something, it's like when you're doing the generator and he catches you, and it's something along the lines like, "You're looking to turn something on? I'm right here!" I need to find the exact line. I mean, Coil is, by any reasonable or objective measure, just a truly repellent individual. Like, utterly no, just no redeeming qualities in the character backstory or his actions in the game. But he gets some hilarious lines. I also believe, so I don't actually know exactly where these come from. It may be the, that was close. There seem to be interactions between the Prime assets. Again, this is just going by the audio files on YouTube. But some of those are, well, again, interactions between the Prime assets. So that would mean like Coil and Gooseberry, Coil and Bambino. Why can I not remember his his proper name? Anyways, you know, the gangster, who incidentally also gets some really great lines. You know what? Okay. I would have loved to go through that door. You know what? YOLO! Obviously, I wouldn't do that on Deadly Prime Asset. But yeah, anyway, so I think depending on how much you've read of the comics or any of the sort of lore bits. Okay, there's definitely a big guy here.
Oh, baby, the things you're gonna see.
I'll confess, the library is a bit of a maze, so not super confident in my ability to find my way back to the evidence, but... It's probably overkill, but it doesn't hurt to use the, crap. Okay, that was fortunate. So again, an example of something that I would maybe normally jump over, but given the circumstances would be inconsistent with my survival. Although I will say, I also do like the fact that you're sort of given the option in terms of like what what kind of challenge do you want to take on? Like, are you willing to give up a little bit of health in order to be able to achieve an objective? Okay, I don't have the blind.
Gotta hold the line. No other way to it.
We're gonna go for it. I also think this is the point where I want to switch out any lockpicks for throwables. So I think Coil should be waiting for me right out front. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so at this point I think I can afford to push the button. Face me! Target-rich environment. Yeah, so a little over time, but by the way, I'm just doing that based on sort of the par that they offer, but as they point out in the rules, there's no penalty for taking too long. Notify Easterman, exceptional candidate. One of the things I find kind of funny, I'm really...
You're special. Nobody else is operating on your level. And I have special things planned for you. Keep going.
I'm personally quite sold on... I'm personally sold on the X-ray. And it's funny because I could be convinced to switch to the... I could be convinced to switch to the stun rig. I'm starting to see more uses out of it, but I don't know. I tend to find the information is probably the thing that I'm always wanting the most in a given trial. So. I don't really know what to do with the tickets now other than put them towards tasks. But again, we're going to do core therapy. Now, before I do that, I am actually going to try and find that line because I did find it very amusing. Probably just personally, but my stream, I'm allowed to be amused. Just give me another second here because it occurred to me I did not put up the stream manager. All right, there we go.
property! You want to turn something on? Well, I'm right here, you sexy bitch!
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I remember the thing I was going to say now. So I will go over some of the evidence that we found. I just find that it does take a little while, so I want to at least maybe do the first set of tasks, and then we can take a break on lore. But one of the features of the Prime assets, I think the idea might even be that they were the original subject of interest for Project Lathe, and that ultimately it turned out that it was the exact opposite that they were looking for, that it was sort of nobodies who could be reshaped or destroyed and reshaped into something new. So one of the features of the Prime assets are uniquely powerful charisma. In fact, one of the entries that we read about on Monday was like a comparison between Hitler and Mussolini. So again, this is in universe. You've got a couple of like particularly awful people talking about these two awful leaders, and they actually, like, in terms of the type of charisma that they're looking for as far as Coil and Gooseberry are concerned, they draw the distinction that you may have sort of the good performance of a Mussolini or something like that, but they're looking for Hitlers who, to all appearances, are utterly unlikable and you know, on the surface you would see like there's nothing there. Why would anybody follow this? And yet, of course, you know, once the mad ranting happens, you know, you've got a large number of people following them. So these are the characteristics that caused all of the Prime assets to be part of this experiment. And one of the ways that manifests for Mother Gooseberry is the idea that despite the fact that she's been subject to experimentation that makes her look like borderline zombie-like, apparently she has had some kind of carnal relations with at least two, I think it's supposed to be like two guards, or at least two people within the prison. And so some of the interactions between Coil and Gooseberry are absolutely Coil just completely incapable of controlling himself. Like he has a very obvious desire for Mother Gooseberry when they're in the same environment. So there is a side of me that wants to try the 2 Prime asset just to try and hear some of that dialogue. But anyway, fuel the release. Justice, like civilization, requires power, and power requires fuel. Carry the fuel, power the court, and secure your liberty. So I will confess, I've never used the barrier. I believe the task is simply to block 3 doors with the rig. And then I also want to unlock padlock doors, but I need to find those. I'll also apologize. I have a sore on my tongue, so it's a little tricky to do sustained dialogue for a while. Not like impossible, but if I have these odd silences, it's
Let nothing contain you.
it's just me trying to keep it together.
Man, and facts, the mere happenstance of existence. Open all the doors that would contain you, and we will let you out.
Actually, it occurred to me, we may wind up hearing that Coil line. Sorry, didn't mean to. That was an accidental tab. All right. Take. Oh, yeah. I want to load up on gear first. I mean, I'll take it if I have to, but... So I can imagine this one being quite a pain if you don't have the prescriptions for, like, moving faster and, especially when carrying items. It looks like the barricade actually recharges pretty quickly. That will work to my advantage. At least it frees me up. A couple throwables might be nice. I'm hoping I have given myself a way out. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, the pitcher's going to be a little bit of a pain, but I'll at least be able to get a couple things done. Yoink. Actually. So that was purely about getting the task done. I'll confess, actually, the barricade is one of the few items I haven't quite been able to rationalize using in a level. I'll use it if it's, you know, if I'm going to complete a an objective, but Now I'm starting to see why I might use a barricade. Hello. Can't say I like the mine here, but I also need to remember I am allowed to run with this. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do this sort of stuff when I go to intensive difficulty, but for now, I will take an opportunity to reload a few items before giving the guy the slip. Also, I'm not super clear on where I'm supposed to take this fuel. Okay, so So I thought I was supposed to be heading for the courtyard, but I think it's pretty clear there's no direct path. This could be Coil. Nope. So normally what I would do here is I'd take the opportunity to try and scout out... Oh. Okay. I don't know if that's something that's timed to point me there, or... Okay, that's gotta be Coil. God damn it. I have 2 jobs now. One.
Why would you do that?
God damn it. So one, I got to get that that fuel back, and then 2, I actually need to find that the objective over there. I realize that is a strange sentence to say, find that objective over there, but... Ah, fuck off. Not again. This is a pretty tight spot to have a heavy object to move through. Okay, I don't exactly want to bash it because I'll just make a bunch of noise. Well, that's not good. So I am not opposed to following the picture until they turn around, but I better have a game plan for when they come back, turning back. Oh dear. Okay. Is the objective somehow in the courtyard? But I don't seem to have a direct path to it. Now, in fairness, I've been chased... Oh, is it really that simple? I bet you it is. Yeah, I've been spending too much time being chased. No, hang on. Ah, here we go. So, was the courtyard just not the way I thought? I'll confess, the help almost feels like cheating at this point. Oh, well. There's that. Oh, hi! I don't know why I'm trying to close that. Should have tried to get into the locker there, but...
I'll show you.
Rehabilitation!
One hit shouldn't be the end of the... shouldn't be the end of the A+. So, don't have my last padlock door. But do have the objective. My aim with the throwables also seems to have degraded. Amazing theta wave activity. Reagent excels in trials. Suggest group therapy to help advance lesser reagents. Yeah, so receive damage, but otherwise alright. So I'll confess, I've actually been looking to try and get to the relapse more than the rebirth lately, just so that I can have a few more of the items set as permanent. That won't help me for escalation, but... I think it's a... I don't necessarily think it's a terrible... terrible way to run.
You're the engine of the future. I fill you with pain and humiliation, and you burn with obedience and prosperity. Every day is tomorrow.
Okay, so if I recall correctly, I only need to deal with padlocks at this point. Yeah, so 3 padlock doors, but that means I can go back to my old friend the X-Ray. Again, I don't see a whole lot of value in spending any of the tickets. And I will do some of the lore, but I'll maybe do that after we finish off the courthouse, because we only have 2 more MK challenges. Tilt the scales of justice. Can real evidence of false crimes outweigh the power of corrupting wealth? Load the scales of Lady Justice and observe. So this actually would have been a good one for the barrier. Also, free Murkoff box. This is actually the first sort of live service game that I've put some serious thought into spending some money for. Now, I have a lot of season catalogs to catch up on, so I so far have resisted the urge, but I can definitely see myself putting a little extra into one of the extra catalogs.
You are the defense. The guilty cannot be allowed to face justice in opposition to Murkoff's profit and influence. Add physical evidence to the moneyed side to tilt the scales of justice, and we will let you out.
Okay, tilt the scales of justice. This one, I seem to remember... I know I've said this about a couple of them, but most of the courthouse ones I do actually tend to find a little challenging in terms of just in terms of navigation. I haven't always been able to get the job done efficiently, let's say. Okay. I will confess, X-ray becomes a substitute for thinking for me in a lot of cases. Alright, now, this is a big sign to me that I should look for a lockpick. We'll be heading back here though, so I don't have a problem coming back. Right. Okay. Come back and properly unlock that. Interestingly enough, I don't believe I have ever seen a lockpick in a tool chest. I think it's always I'm really messing this one up. Okay, it did direct me here. Oh, right. I was thinking what's left to right for me right now, but I should have been going the other way. I'm going to need to remember that lockpick, though. So one of these is apparently very close. Bingo.
Blind, and she is beautiful. A sword and a scale.
So just a reminder, this is to satisfy the task. It's not that I have any particular need to get into this room. One bad habit I do have with the locks are that they, I do tend to... That was a mistake. Used to be a bit better at consistently. Oh,
This kid is Western frisky. This
Oh.
case is settled.
so funny thing is, this is the room I was supposed to be in.
Come on now. This case is settled. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Bunko. Not go reliving what's already been done.
Okay, 0 blank blank blank, 0 blank 3 blank, 0 8 3 blank, 0 8 3 9. Just wanted to make sure nothing too scary came after me there. So basically, the hall with like a turn to the immediate right, and then just sort of follow the winding path. Well, easier said than done.
Are you well down on my farm to this? You are not baptized.
This seems like the under construction area. I may be in the wrong spot. Okay, that's coil.
Someday we'll all face judgment. Till then, I guess I can hold the scales.
Okay, don't like that sound. Oh, I really don't like that sound. Damn it! So let's just ruin that as a lock for me. If I can find a hiding spot, that's ideal, because they do cast light, and that is going to... that is going to cause me some grief. They're a really interesting addition to the game. So, like, number one, I think this is tech that they developed for the single-player experiences, but there's something really neat about how they... I think the way that it went... The first game had sort of a light and shadow system. Obviously, the night vision as well. And it really feels like the second game sort of innovated on the audio part. I pretty distinctly remember the camcorder featuring that. Now, this one usually takes me two tries. Let's see if I can do better. Okay, blank blank 7 blank. Blank 0 7 blank. Okay. Blank 0 7 4. Five 0 7 4. Finish the propaganda posters to boot. So this is
traitorous shitbirds. You are not our choices.
the X-ray is as much about charging the battery at this point as the other. Again, I think I don't know for sure, but
Guilty. I said it. Court said it. God said it.
But yeah, the I believe there's a benefit to the score if you you use the rig a certain number of times, which is maybe not the primary reason for okay, so there is one in the construction area, and it's like middle, but I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure how I judge middle in an area like this. I'm sure there was a clever way for me to... I guess I haven't really used the barred doors though, so it's probably not too big of a problem. But yeah, anyways, I honestly don't think the multiplayer changes too much, but I have no idea if they're able to reuse some of the stuff they did from the earlier original games, but however it wound up in the game, I do actually really appreciate the fact that it I think probably the best way for me to put it is it probably explains why when I even played the early version of this, right? Like I don't know if it was ever formally in early access, but when I played the version that I originally bought on Epic, which is the version I'm playing right now, but obviously there's just so many more updates. I kind of walked away with the impression that like this was the Outlast experience in a multiplayer game. Okay, not great. 3 blanks. I'm gonna lose some time on this, sadly. That's not going to be good for reading the... Okay, 3 2 blank blank, 3 2 blank 6.
Sacrosanct! Fucking sacrosanct!
A clean snake.
Okay, can I do it in 15 seconds? I'm just going to do 1 2 blank. Okay, fair. Be long enough. So I don't know if that's like if I can lay that fully at Coil's feet. Obviously it didn't help, but okay. Damn it.
Someday we'll all face judgment. Till then, I guess I can hold the scales.
This is a waste of time, but
A law you can change.
and I'm sucking ass at this. I don't think I even get to attempt.
This is supposed to be Ireland.
Excuse me. So the interruptions aren't helping, but
One of them provisional clips.
I'm gonna get interrupted again, but yeah, no good there.
Here we go to Grand.
There's just not that many places for this to hide. I'm like...
I know how to spot a communist. I've seen that movie. Son of a bitch. I never trust a son of a bitch. You was wrong.
Communists go freaking shitbirds. I only want to help.
Dope addicted half-breeds. I got a hot shot for you. Go follow that shit. What the hell you doing wrecking the furniture? I wish your mom always would. Well, ain't that kicking it together?
Unbelievable. Oh, goody. So each time I practice this, unfortunately, it may also mean that I lose the A+. I don't know where the 8 went, but that's one of the problems of trying to solve it that way, is that it gets me past the immediate problem, but it doesn't help me solve the future problem of doing this challenge again. And I suspect on the intense and psychosurgery that the consequences will be more dire. Although, I'll also say, given the amount of damage that I've taken, it's also possible I may have to do this again. I hope not, but... Woo! Gonna use this to restore my stamina. All right, let's see how that turned out. We still got the A+. Notify Easterman, exceptional candidate. So yeah, 6 damage is quite a bit. Hisley, these guards seem to... Yeah, well, I mean, they are... the former term... Oh, sorry. Hi, Hisley. Oh, sorry, I think I said that, but... yeah, the formal term would be ex-pops in this, but they... it's a bit like an Outlast. So I did say this before, but I actually don't think it's a bad framing for the game. It's absolutely a... It's absolutely a multiplayer translation of the single-player Outlast experience, and that includes like the idea they'll chase you around for a bit. The one character I guess doesn't fully justify that kind of behavior in Pursuit would be someone like Chris Walker, who I don't know if you've ever played the original Outlast, but he seems to be.
You make this look easy. You inspire me. With partners like you, I can just pile on the sadism, the abuse. You're beautiful. I'm going to shower you in humiliation and contempt.
He kind of seems to have a better idea of what's going on, but the rest of the residents of Mount Massive Asylum have just been completely put through the ringer, and so in that case, like, I sort of feel that it's obviously that kind of behavior is there to make it a fun game to play, as opposed to, be a simulation of human behavior. But weirdly enough, I actually feel that the game does a nice way of sort of justifying the behavior, because these are people who are sort of the rejects or failures of this like really terrible experimentation. In the case of Outlast, to create the Wall Rider. And in the case of Project Lathe, the Outlast Trials, to sort of do a very stylized version of some efforts at brainwashing in history. I actually noticed on the Fansly, or is it Fansly? What am I talking? I think Fansly is how do I put this? Part of the cinema verite. Side of the romance genre. The fandom, is it fandom? It's the wiki, like, it's the really crappy Wikipedia offshoot, which has like 20,000 ads every time you click on it. Um, but the whatever service it is, it has this. They tried to compare Easterman to Fandom. Okay, thank you. Um, they tried to compare it to some other scientist from MK Ultra, and like obviously the MK Ultra stuff is throughout the Outlast games, but like the thing is that in the case of Easterman, they actually talk about some time he spent studying the German people, and that's actually something that Ewan Cameron did do. That's part of his biography. So I sort of feel that Fandom, uh, like I feel like the Fandom side of I feel like the Fandom connection is pointing to the wrong guy. I mean, it can be a hybrid of different characters as well, but I think the biographical details of Easterman actually line up much better with Ewan Cameron, who is responsible for the experiments done at the Allen Institute in Montreal. And of course, it is worth mentioning that Red Barrels is based in Quebec. I believe actually based in Montreal. So, you know, it feels like a closer fit. Although I think JT Petty is American. I'm actually going to take a minute to look at this. Is that any of you? I'm happy to add anybody in as friends, but I unfortunately on like Steam and that there's just too much spam for me to accept the random friend requests. Where was I? Okay, sorry. I completely... The cacti are gaining sentience. Sorry, what was I looking up? Was it Cameron? Because I... Okay, apparently I've joined the X-Pops in terms of forgetting what's going on. Oh, JT Petty, right. I was actually quite surprised to see how... Yeah, so he's from Raleigh. I was actually quite surprised at his background. So did a bunch of stuff for Ubisoft. In fact, I believe is responsible for creating Sam Fisher from the Splinter Cell series. Probably best known for the Outlast stuff, although I think also did some stuff for Telltale. But on top of that, I was also pleasantly surprised to find out that he is a filmmaker as well. I don't think I've seen any of the stuff that he has worked on. And then does also seem to have done quite a few novels and comics. The comics I've read, at least as far as they're related to Outlast. But anyways, I do think actually some of the writing in this stuff is pretty good. So I'm sufficiently interested in seeing the other stuff. All right, where's the cacti? Well, I mean, they're not in the room here. I don't even know how I would handle the friend requests. Yeah, I don't know. If any of you... I have no idea who Von Mitza is. Anyways, yeah, if Angel Cactus is one of you, let me know. and I will. Yeah, I never played Minecraft story mode. I think the Outlast stuff is good. I think these are interesting personally, but okay, I'm gonna do Sentenced to Prosecuted, and then we will read some lore. And then we'll do more trials, but
You are the investigator, here to find the evidence that will confirm the political will of the judge. Spell out the story that confirms the guilt of the condemned, and we will let you out. okay. This one, it's not easy, but I think it's a little more straightforward for my purposes. I'm down an inventory slot, though. And like I said, X-ray kind of replaces my brain. Alright. Okay, 296. I don't need to memorize it unless I have more than one at once. Take a minute to load up. Okay, I don't exactly need the lobby, but so honestly, best bet for me here is to walk around with the device and then just see. See what makes a noise. Oh, he's really sensitive to noise. That was probably not smart of me to run around and make so much of it. Okay, so 982 for the sun. Look for the white paint.
Don't mind me. So I was originally going to try and do both, but I just have a chance to lock in the sun. Well, I was already around here, so I'm not expecting to find anything new. But I also feel like I should have at least one more thing. I guess my actual feeling here is that I haven't seen everything in this part of the building. Ah, here we go. That's why I'm feeling that. So at the very least I should have a bar that I can... Yeah. Nope. There's our... Hang on. What? That's gotta be a bug or something. If I could find a lockpick. Normally they don't have them in the same room as the obstacle. Okay, that's a promising sound. Hello. $368. All right. Guess I'm gonna have to take some time out of my busy schedule to hide the deal of the century from all of you. So I need to memorize 368, but probably doesn't hurt to have that in mind in case I need to do something fast. I'm a little turned around though, so I do need to find the exit again. Oh, there we go. Well, shoot. Where's a pentagram? Run for your life, my friend!
It's like you want to.
Oh yeah, that's another one of his lines I like. If you ain't guilty, why are you running? Lord Gloom, how you doing? Folks, I am in the middle of... I realize every time I tab out, I kind of lose the link to the... Oop. Every time I tab out, I'm going to be sort of losing the game. But for those of you who don't know him, I think you were doing Tarkov when I last saw you. Anyways, Lord Gloom is a streamer, found me through Cobalt Core, wonderful game by Brace Yourself Publishing. I don't think they've... I don't think they're releasing any more titles under their publishing label right now. I think they're focusing on their internal development. This is probably going to shut off as soon as I cross over. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to have to go after the night vision guy. But I can assure you that Lord Gloom is a streamer. A lot of card games. Much better at them than I am, but also the only person I've watched play Tarkov, and so is the only person I've enjoyed watch play Tarkov. I don't actually mean it that way. Alright, so I'm gonna try and remember 9-7.
If I have these war.
Okay, so a 975 spiral, and I'm gonna try and find the other one.
Fucking glow and you're gonna fucking die. Here's that motherfucker.
Have you ever played this, Lord Gloom? I think I've asked you this before, but I don't know how the extraction shooter to team horror. If it's a picture, I'm gonna be sad. Just a pusher.
Too much reality in these parts.
I think they are. There's even a PvP element to this now, although it's not necessarily one I'll partake in. Oh, if you can give me a minute here, Lord Gloom. So, this, if you've ever played Outlast, the basic experience is more or less the same. Here I'm trying to execute a prisoner, basically a fellow inmate like myself, basically, or reagent is the term that they use. And I need to find codes associated with certain symbols in order to accomplish that. So I'm actually looking for two symbols. One of them is 975 for the spiral. Oh, and I'm about to find the other one. Okay, skull. Okay, so I need to remember 975 for the spiral. See, I haven't played Repo, so... Alright, where are we going? I think I have options here. Yuck, 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 yuck. Okay. Usury, you work for a bank. He's right behind me. He may have saw me go in, but... Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, so that particular one, I had to go through the level to find the codes to you know, complete the objective. But the main, I'll actually, I just finished one of the sort of the clusters, so I'll be able to sort of explain how the setup works a little bit better. Now, I will also say I'm playing sort of single player for a game that is sort of designed to be a team activity in the puzzle doesn't fit the proposed theme because you aren't really...
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Perfect. Beautiful. You are the hope for a better tomorrow.
I think you'll in this case, most of the time you'll find that there's sort of... like the they're definitely giving very distorted versions of, like, when you're rescuing the orphans to like go to confession, like, obviously it's incredibly sinister the way they set it up. So I mean, I think I kind of get what you're saying in terms of saying that you're not really seeking evidence, but in this case here, I definitely think I don't know if in this case there's quite the same sort of perverting of evidence, but in the yeah, it's I think it's pretty consistent with the way that none of the trials have actually been about performing this stated action. You might have played it and returned it. Might have made you fair enough. Okay, so basically what I've been trying to do, so I have completed... There's sort of two types of progression in this game. So there's the relapses. So when you get to level 100, you get the option of resetting your character. But what you do when you relapse, you get to pick one of your items as like a permanent upgrade that you'll always have. So I'm starting with these amps because they come in at later levels, but eventually I'll start putting these reagent prescriptions in, and I might even go so far as to do this with my my X-ray rig. But that would be like if I wanted to completely, like kit myself out in my default setup as a permanent upgrade, I'd basically do, I mean, 23 prescriptions, 24 with hide and breathe, and then presumably like 9 for the X-ray and its upgrades. So that would mean 34 times. So essentially, I would need like 30. I would need like 3,400 levels. So I'm not sure I'm going to be doing that anytime soon. So I basically I had a set of objectives that I wanted to do. So like there is a live service element to this. So at the end of the night, I'm going to buy a bunch of stuff inside the catalog. But I always kind of like to do just the big haul at the end of the session. So normally what I'll do on any given evening of Outlast, I'll clear out any of my daily tasks. If I get a chance to do, if I have any remaining weeklies, I'll do those. Usually once a week there's a special event going on. I think next week is going to be the start of the seasonal event. I've never done Winter Kills, and apparently they're doing a twist to it this time around. This is the onboarding, so I've done all of these, and then the A pluses, although it's worth mentioning for most of these, these were at the introductory level. Reagent is basically all the upgrades. Invasion was just recently added to the game, but I'm not big on PvP, so I'll try this eventually, but like I'm not really going out of my way to to finish this. And then escalation, sadly, last time I did it, I was moments away from completing Trial 10, and then made a stupid decision that killed me because it had the one-shot prime asset variant. So the last thing I'll be doing will be Rebirth. The requirement for Rebirth would be 100 of these Rebirth tokens, so I can clearly do it. The only thing is that because most of my experience with the various trials will be at the introductory level, I've kind of decided that until I get to the cap for these, I'd like to just kind of go through as many as I can, and then once once I've hit sort of a baseline, then I can do the Rebirth, which is a really interesting challenge, particularly from the story side. I got quite a bit out of it, but it's just one of these things where I would feel better, especially knowing how they raise the difficulty. I'd like it if I had sort of the intensive level as sort of my baseline rather than the introduction. So anyways, that's a long way of saying that right now, because short of, I mean, I'm less inclined to do escalation therapy right now just because I've got a good loadout. So right now, I'm on my way to Rebirth, but I see a condition of doing Rebirth is doing all of these on standard and higher. So I just finished the courthouse. We'll be moving on to the toy factory. So we start. Oh, Pervert the Futterman is a uniquely. I think most of you've kind of figured out that this game shows you some nasty stuff. This one in particular, it can be quite unpleasant in terms of what happens to the victim. So, but yeah, so in this case here, this is like a big event. So this is the standard, or not the standard trial, but this is the trial. So this is the 45-minute version of this, and you'll have like multiple challenges inside of it. And then what will happen in the subsequent levels, these are sort of the MK challenges. So these are sort of 15-minute encounters. That was what I was just doing in the courthouse. These are smaller experiences, but usually with sort of a unique challenge or sort of variation on some of the stuff you've done before. But before I do any of that, I did promise I was going to do a bit of lore. So we're going to go through the evidence. I'm thinking we did Road to Signala and Gooseberry and Coil, which felt a little long. So I think what we'll do here is we'll do experimental population in the American century, and then maybe at the end of the stream we'll try variators. We'll see. So, all right, experimental population, gathering XPOP, charity savings. Charity savings, Murkoff Correspondence, 1959, January 22nd. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only. Copy interoffice correspondence between A. Avellanos and M. Scarfiotti. Moses. Whatever you think of Easterman and his project, the board is all hot and bothered over the tax savings inherent in populating the trials with these charitable outreach centers. The entire cost of running the centers, recruiting volunteers, and trucking them to Signala is a bulletproof tax deduction, and not a bad place to hide all of the money coming in from agency black book money. Hold your nose and think of the profits. Easterman will sabotage himself sooner or later, and if we get tired of waiting, I have ways to nudge him. Charity outreach. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only. Copy. Heading removed. Please inform M. Scarfiotti and A. Bradley that 37 of the Murkoff charity outreach centers are operational and successfully intaking potential patients at a higher than anticipated rate. An additional 6 centers will open before March the 1st, pending signage correction. Scarfiotti's insistence that any Murkoff Corp. Branding to be limited to inside the outreach center, out of public view. By March the 1st, we will have operational patient input in New York, 7 centers, Chicago, 3 centers, Philadelphia, 2 centers, Los Angeles, 2 centers, Detroit, 2 centers, Baltimore, Cleveland, St. Louis, Washington, D.C., Boston, San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Houston, Buffalo, New Orleans, Minneapolis, Cincinnati, Seattle, Kansas City, Newark, Dallas, Indianapolis, Denver, San Antonio, Memphis, Oakland, Columbus, Portland, Oregon, Louisville, and San Diego. Experimental population transit, 1959, March 7th, Murkoff Corp., organizational letters only. In response to the unanticipated volume of patients volunteering at charity outreach centers, Murkoff has purchased a controlling share in Liberty Meat Hauling LLC. Effective immediately, our cost of transport for patient volunteers to the Signala facility will be cut by roughly 72%. We can safely transport 50 sedated or hooded experimental population volunteers per cattle car, using trucks only for the last 85 miles from Williams, Arizona. Expect experimental population volunteers to require extra sanitization. The stink is considerable. We will continue to transport beef in cars for return trips. Sanitization of human waste from the cattle cars will not be necessary thanks to recent rollbacks in regulation. The savings here aren't significant, but every bit helps. Holy crap. Okay, XPOP classification, guidelines. Guidelines, Murkoff case files, 1958, September 19th. Murkoff Psychiatric Systems, Project Lathe 2. Project lead, Dr. Hendrik Jollett Easterman. Memorandum to Signala staff, classification guidelines, introduction. With our pivot to the second phase of Project Lathe, experimental population volunteers, XPOP, are to be grouped by archetype and augmentation for assignation and use in proper trial environments. Some details from non-Lathe Murkoff programs redacted for internal security. XPOP will be grouped into the following archetypes. General XPOP, all staff will desist in calling them grunts. Heavy XPOP, all staff will desist in calling them big grunts. Pouncers, screamers, imposters, berserkers, night hunters, and pushers. Please note, intake and reclassification is much art as science. Psychological and physical trials will overlap between archetypes. Please use your best judgment. Archetype augmentation details begin on the following page. General XPOP. 1958, September 19th, Murkoff Psychiatric Systems, Project Lathe 2, Project Lead, Dr. Hendrik Jollett Easterman, Memorandum to Signala Staff, Classification Guidelines, General XPOP. XPOP. Archetype. Lost Men. The most important quality for standard XPOP is a high degree of vanishability. The disenfranchised, the lost, the worthless. Think of drug addicts, felons, political dissidents, artists, leftists, hobos, and so on. The very nature of charity outreach will attract such specimens. Augmentations. Few to none, minimal bandages, splints, etc. to maintain basic motility. General XPOP may improvise weapons inside trial. Psychology. Lesser to average intelligence, more on okay. Aggression based largely in fear and generous chemical encouragement. Phase 1 lathe conditioning have made General XPOP extremely vulnerable to charismatic sway and operant conditioning. They can be expected to commit ecstatically to the guidance of prime assets and their environments. Doctor's note, as a rule of thumb, if you can't classify a volunteer as any other archetype, file them under General XPOP. General XPOP are considered expendable, should be periodically evaluated against cost of feeding, storage, and upkeep. Heavy XPOP. Archetype, violent children. Prior to Lathe Phase 1, subjects were part of Redacted in conjunction with Los Alamos. Late adolescents subjected to hormone therapy and limb extension surgeries for military application. Augmentations, extremely altered physiognomy, and accompanying strength. Psychology, classic example of the staked elephant, impossible to control through physical restraints, but conditioned for obedience. Limits of control, however, are within a certain range of violence and perversion. Extremely childish cognitive framework. Doctor's notes, extremely dangerous, heavy chemical and physical restraints required for transport and maintenance. Be careful to avoid accidental contact with groin area. Heavy XPOP are easily aroused and difficult to disengage. Childish cognition useful, they will believe anything. Tooth Fairy, the Constitution, Santa, etc. Pouncers. Archetype, sadomasochist paranoiac. Prior to Lathe Phase 1, patients at Mount Massive facility were selected for their paranoid tendencies. Higher resting amygdala activity indicated better chance of external scan of orbitofrontal cortex, i.e. mind reading using detailed angiography. Augmentation. Subjects have attempted to create personal Faraday cages by pushing nails, wire, and scavenged bits of metal into their skin, leading to Avellano's oft-repeated pincushion joke. Pouncers will often seek out metal boxes to shelter in, also a method of improvised Faraday. Self-inflicted shrapnel may provide pouncers with greater tactile proximal sensitivity. Psychology. We've coined a phrase, the Signala paradox, to describe the relief the violently paranoid experience when all of their worst and most absurd fears are confirmed in experience. In some instances, pouncers have been moving the goalpost of their paranoid fantasies, inventing ever worse future probabilities as circumstances worsen. By the way, I should have said inventing ever worse future possibilities as circumstances worsen. They are, like many violent people, perfect victims, as with many ambush predators, can be discouraged with a sharp rap on the nose. Doctor's notes, it doesn't hurt to listen to their paranoid ramblings. Their fantasies concerning worst possible outcome futures can provide good brainstorming fodder for future trauma vectors. Screamers. Archetype, extreme sleep deprivation banshee. A gift from our paperclip colleagues at Los Alamos, so-called screamers were developed based on chance experimentation in German camps during World War II. Augmentations. Concentration camp experimentation revealed cancerogenerative treatment could greatly alter vocal cords. Subjects were exposed to so-called morphogenic engine therapy and encouraged to scream until physiological changes took place, especially in the false vocal folds and diaphragm. Patients can achieve extremes of pitch and volume sufficient to temporarily stun anyone within range. Recreating these results at Los Alamos required use of amphetamines to encourage a waking nightmare state that has resulted in a permanent twilight of non-REM near sleep. Screamers are always sleeping and never sleeping, near catatonic, but extremely sensitive to sound and motion. If startled, will emit a piercing scream that causes immediate paralysis and likely permanent hearing loss. Psychology. Patients are experiencing the hallucination, anxiety, and psychosis of extreme sleep deprivation. While at perceived rest, screamers are in a steady decompensation towards greater and greater suffering. Patients experience a brief catharsis with the act of screaming and gain some brief relief from their delusions and panic/dread. Doctor's note, ear protection required for all Enseñala staff within shouting distance of subjects. Easterman expects the screamers to have a calming effect on reagents as they encourage a slower and more contemplative approach to the therapy. Imposters. Archetype, trickster, General XPOP, who have been given latex masks to imitate reagents. A simple canard, but central to the psychological development of our reagents. Trial subjects must learn that nothing and no one is to be trusted. Beside the masks, tricksters are placed in environments nude. They are left to outfit themselves, acquiring clothing from corpses. They fashion small knives from whatever is at hand, often shards of glass or pits of metal ground against stone until sharp. To focus their utility on guile alone, patients, to be developed as tricksters, have no other physical advantage. Psychology. Essentially general experimental population, they see their masks as an element of a children's game. Playful and sadistic, they have the remorseless cruelty of children pulling legs off an insect. Doctor's note. Use extreme caution in trial environments where imposters have been inserted. In rare cases, imposters have managed to steal clothing from Señala's staff, taking on the appearance of scientists or security. In environments with active imposters, it's always a good idea to say hello to your colleague. If they return a hello without moving their lips or appear to be giggling without smiling, it's advised to maintain a safe distance. Berserkers. Archetype, blind rage. Patients repurposed from a prison experiment and weaponized syphilis. We've compensated for blindness and disorientation with physical strength and extreme aggression. Augmentations. After engineered strain of syphilis resulted in blindness and dementia, patients were relocated to Los Alamos for further development as zero-sight assets. Steel pins have been surgically inserted into sensitive skin areas in order to increase tactile awareness. Berserkers have been developed for close-quarters combat in anticipation of urban jungle warfare in developing communist arena. Considerable resources have been put into amplifying Berserkers' strength and size via hormone and limb-lengthening therapy. Pending deployment, Berserkers are being temporarily utilized at Señala on assurance of minimal damage. Metal plates have been securely bolted to the patient's face to deter self-mutilation. Psychology. Berserkers seem to have found some sort of enlightenment at the extremes of pain, adding unexpected, at least psychological, legitimacy to Dr. Wernicke's, Los Alamos, theories of a lateral ascension. The central tenet of that enlightenment, however, seems to be in the worship of violence against others. It could be considered a form of evangelism. Berserkers do not seem to have an unreasonable animosity towards their ruined eyes. Patients sometimes obsessively picked at their own eyes and then the cavities beneath until they had sufficiently damaged their frontal lobes to essentially self-lobotomize. Addition of metal plates has all but eliminated such activity. Doctor's notes. Señala's staff are encouraged not to engage berserkers in conversation or to listen too closely to their self-directed diatribes. Previously healthy staff have been observed engaging in self-harm following prolonged exposure to berserkers. Sorry, I'm just going to pause for some water. Pushers. Archetype, shaman, former Señala staff, driven to psychosis by chemical exposure, along with proximity to trial populations. Augmentations. A rare example of permissiveness from Dr. Easterman. Pushers are equipped with basic aerosolized medication equipment, but are encouraged to develop their own psychoactive compounds, and exercise more in the art than the science of drug use. Their evolving amphetamine hallucinogen mixture has managed to stay one step ahead of reagents' acquired drug tolerance, and proven a remarkable partner in achieving truly remarkable states of psychosis. Mostly human weapons, actually. So the rebirth really is the moment where you describe it, but kind of one of the big reveals out of the rebirth scenario is, if you listen during the loading screens, you'll kind of keep hearing the words spider eye lamb, and it turns out that's sort of the activation phrase. So part of this is based off of the kinds of experiments that were done at the Allen Institute under MK Ultra. So those were definitely experiments related to brainwashing. And in the case specifically of Project Lathe, and some of this was touched on Monday's entries, but the main idea here is that the reagents, like the character I'm playing, are specifically not like the Prime assets, which are thought to be sort of uniquely charismatic in terms of their abilities. The sort of nobodies who the reagents are people who can be broken down even further to completely annihilate their own sense of self. Now that part really does seem to have been at least part of the part of the experimentation that you and Cameron did. And then the part where it becomes a little bit more of a fiction is that you will be, ultimately you're going to be reintegrated into society, but as someone who can be activated with that phrase, and sort of set loose. So I'll actually show you one of the newspapers that I got at the end of these. But the idea is essentially that you're an asset that will be deployed in a few of the hot spots of the world during the Cold War, and sort of conduct assassinations or similar activities. But it also ties into the earlier Outlast games, which appear later in the timeline. So Sullivan Noth, who's one of the main antagonists in Outlast 2, is revealed to be one of the reagents from this facility. I think there's at least one other one that appears in the later games as well. Anyway, I will get to the newspaper in a moment. Psychology. Pushers may have slipped into their delusional state by a perceived relationship with the so-called Skinner man, somewhere between that of a child with an overly affectionate uncle or trusted priest. Pushers exhibit a pseudobulbar effect, paradoxical laughter, sometimes to such an extent that breathing is affected. Doctors note the pusher archetype is a reminder to all Murkoff staff and visitors to maintain strict security protocols and mental hygiene. The pusher archetype is also a reminder that every accident is also an opportunity for innovation. Night Hunters. Archetype. Military volunteers whose surgical night vision augmentation has inspired grandiose delusions, including identification as a figure from myth or a new and nocturnally predacious species of sapiens. Augmentations. The technology has its roots in paperclip science. Based in a second-generation vampire system, it was developed as a Wunderwaffe late in World War II. Still relying on an infrared light source, chest-mounted, vision is additionally augmented with photocathode elements and direct pain stimulation of the primary sensory areas of the cerebellum, along with the primary and secondary visual areas of the brain. Necessary preconditioning of Night Hunter patients includes a retinal isolation procedure originally developed in cooperation with Herbert Heim, in which patients' eyeballs are immobilized with pins through the sclera until the muscles atrophy, so that direct undisturbed stimulation can be applied to the retina. As the entire head must move rather than the motion of the eyes, autopsy of Night Hunters has shown significant enlargement of the colliculi. Psychology. Beset by narcissism and manic depressive reaction, Night Hunters consider themselves perhaps literally superhuman. Records show that our since-deceased paperclip scientist in R&D may have been filling subjects' heads with Teutonic fairy tales and ghost stories. He seems to have infected Night Hunters with both supernatural delusions and perhaps his Slavic accent. Doctors note, the Night Hunter system should allow similar light sensitivity to the night vision systems employed by reagents, as the intervening decade of technology has revealed significantly advanced photocathode surfaces that more than make up for the Night Hunter's additional augmentations. In testing, however, the Night Hunter performs at a significant advantage. This may be explained by what appears to be an immune response in the visual cortex, some unexpected interaction with the hardware. Molotovs? I thought they were called pitchers. Right, Molotovs. Archetype, shaman to a pagan god of fire. They see military scientific advancement in thermal weaponry and bombing as evidence of fire's deification. Augmentations, they've been encouraged to improvise fire bombs, hence the name Molotov, of course referring to Molotov cocktails. Each carries a 6-gallon gasoline tank. The Molotov's face mask includes a high-pressure nozzle at the mouth for spitting flame and discouraging the further ingestion of fuel. Doctors have given them only minimal chemical and hormonal support for their therapy. Speech is all but impossible, as every Molotov has a severely damaged larynx from past dedicated imbibing of gasoline and or denatured alcohol. Psychology. Entrance interviews reveal a dedicated fixation on napalm and similar incendiary technologies. Subjects have witnessed or dreamed of the widespread wartime use of napalm, especially in Korea and Japan. Could be personally responsible for thousands or tens of thousands of civilian deaths. Subsequent post-trial study has been more difficult with the subject's loss of speech, but they exhibit a powerfully hypocritical juxtaposition of serving and commanding fire as a god. Displays deeply masochist gratitude for pain caused by burns and distinct distaste for human contact. Conflates the consuming action of fire with the passage of time. Now, the Jaeger, this is a new enemy that was added since I first started playing. 1960, May 29th. Classification guidelines: Jaeger, relentless hunter, inexorable death. The Jaeger is assigned to a target reagent and will steadily track that reagent until dead. History: a twice repurposed reagent, Henrietta Grubbs, was originally interred at the Signala facility as a patient of lathe tooth therapy. After severe physical trauma and a display of remarkable resilience, Miss Grubbs was given hormonal treatment and osteotomy and reintroduced into the trials as a heavy ex-pop. After demonstrating a lack of susceptibility to the influence of prime assets, Miss Grubbs again experienced remarkable physical trauma and, presumed dead, was sent to biohazard processing, where she managed to survive for months even after her food source was cut off. Following the events surrounding the escape of Amelia Collier, Miss Grubbs' survival was discovered, and she was further improved to her current form. Augmentations. The Jaeger is fitted with extensive external fixators screwed into the bone. They offer support, but more importantly, restrict the bones from additional growth, a side effect of hormonal treatment and trauma therapy. Extensive acromegaly is still visible. The Jaeger has a broadcast receiver installed in her headpiece through which instruction and guidance can be offered and targets assigned. Psychology, a perfect example of the Signala paradox. The Jaeger seems to be finding some comfort in hopelessness. Her fixation on a single target shows a striking correlation with activity in the medial prefrontal cortex, similar to MPFC activity seen in a person viewing a potential mate. The Jaeger appears to be longing for some unattainable love. Doctor's note: please correct any staff referring to the Jaeger as Miss Lonely Heart, as it risks contaminating scientific objectivity and observing scientists. I should note, too, that Henrietta is apparently she's the lover of Doris, who sells you the amps and stuff like that. Okay, so to answer Hisley the Fox's question, so there are two types of mission that you can do for Rebirth. If you want to do something solo, you kind of do a reverse version of the introductory trial. And I believe you get a video of you doing like sort of your life outside the trials. Now, I haven't done one of those. I was just kind of curious what the difference between the two was. If you do the group therapy, then you do a variation on one of the trials in here, and your reward is one of these newspapers. So it would seem that there are 16 different quote-unquote endings when you do Rebirth. So in this case here, this is my first reagent. Volume 87, number 386, Friday morning, November 28th, 1960. Foreign Minister suicide stalls peace talks. Geneva officials declare man dead from self-inflicted gunshot wounds to torso. One suspect actively sought. System shock. The tragic death is expected to delay and possibly derail talks between the French government and the Algerian National Liberation Front, despite early promises of accord. France has been at war with guerrilla forces in Algeria since 1954, where separatist rebels have waged a campaign of terror both at home and abroad. So that's kind of an idea in terms of what these specific reagents are intended to do. Now, I am going to be doing some more trials tonight, but I am going to take a minute just for a quick break. I'm going to maybe refill some water and see if I can, I don't know. I've been finding it a little harder to talk today. This is partly the week's events catching up with me. But if nothing else, I encourage you to maybe get up, have a stretch, get something to drink, and I will be back in just a few minutes to do some of the Toy Factory stuff. And again, for those of you that don't like violent and disturbing content, the Pervert the Futterman is a unique experience, let's say. Anyways, I will see you all in a minute or two. thank you everybody for your patience. That was a little longer than I was expecting, but I did get tea out of it, so at least that's a win for me. I do actually quite like the story stuff. But I don't want this to just be about reading the evidence. So we have. I did say I was going to do the American Century, but I wasn't expecting for there to be that many entries. So I think we'll maybe move on to the American Century in the next batch, because we do have a big big mission ahead of us. Pervert the Futterman. Oh yeah, sorry. The other thing I should explain. So one of the reasons why I'm doing it in this order is that it gives you kind of a global rating for all the trials that you've done. So in this case, I kind of want to get my A pluses for each level. And I found that rather than having sort of the sawtooth pattern of sort of building up the difficulty. So if you look back to the courthouse, right, I've got introductory, standard, and intensive. But essentially what I do here is I sort of build up difficulty and then I drop back down to the introductory difficulty and wind up with all of the... I learn all the bad habits of having a low threat environment. So what I wanted to do instead was have a nice flat rate with introductory, learn the levels, and then move my way up. So that sort of standard would be my baseline, then intensive, then psychosurgery. And of course, that would correspond with the rebirths as well. So, Pervert the Futterman on standard. Trial 45 minutes. We cannot allow secret messages and innuendo to brainwash our children. Expose and humiliate the hidden deviant, then destroy him. Are any of you deviants? To the toy factory. So again, main goal here is to get my A+.
Down this way.
So I'm not too fussy about the stuff that I pick up at the start here, but the real hope is going to be bottles and I'll live dangerously and go without an antidote for now. The last time I did this, there was actually a huge enemy that alright, keys in the basement. Yeah, one of the giant, or big grunts, as we're not supposed to call them. Okay. Anyways, one of the big enemies was on patrol. My only complaint here is I haven't got... Oh, here we go. I was about to say my only complaint is I don't have a propaganda poster yet, but we just got one. I don't know this for sure, but I would be willing to say... Damn it! Didn't quite intend that. I was meaning to hit this one. Anyway, on its own, not enough to... On its own, that's not enough to finish me off now, as far as the score is concerned. I believe I can actually get the other, the rest of the junk to add on the conveyor belt. It's just slightly more convenient when it comes to finishing the challenge. I think there's supposed to be a third. There's a poster there. So I'll do one last pass just to make sure I'm not making any obvious mistakes, but I think I'm at the point here where I'm just as comfortable searching for the third one.
Please don't kill me.
Oh, here we go. That's why I thought there was a third.
Stop! Stop! Damn it.
So I don't think... Oh. Big guy. I don't think there's much for me to do here. I don't think I'm actually going to go through most of these rooms. Except maybe sort of running out of the building, but I also don't think it's a terrible idea for me to explore while I'm not being chased. Run for your lives! The Reaper is coming! So I know I mentioned this before, but one of the things I really like, and again, I don't know if this is a reflection of how they made Outlast and then Outlast 2, but the fact that that character does sort of illuminate the area. The fact that they illuminate the area that they're in. Oh, I wasn't expecting to be here. Alright, well, you know what? That's fine.
Obstruction on the production line.
Okay.
Production cannot resume without formal key override.
So I think I need to get the key first, and then... I think then it'll tell me which container to get.
Security override successful. Assembly feeder bin is empty. Assembly line paused.
Alright, A758. I also technically shouldn't be running around this much because I may need to actually run, but... Okay, now if I pick the wrong box, it blows up. The other trick to this is that you can't actually take it downstairs like these things prevent you from crossing with the box. So you have to put it on the conveyor belt. And then work your way down to receive it. I probably didn't need to run for that, but I don't think it hurts to be in position. Alright, and we'll give him a nice wax coat.
Assembly feeder full. Assembly line resuming. Please proceed.
Great improvement. Okay, so we're looking for B873 in control room B. Actually,
Obstruction on the production line. Production cannot resume without format key override.
so 873 and 687. Howdy.
Do it till you die! That man knocks me down!
So I'm just going to move these down Okay, nice. So, again, because the wrong boxes blow up, if I put one on the ground, the game doesn't put any on the ground for you. So it's a nice little way of identifying a box that you'll need if you're not able to see the mission through. In this case, I was okay. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah. She's going to be on the patrol. I don't know if I can get away with... Well, I'm going to be taken right to the wire, but... Got it. Okay, I gotta walk for a bit. Just to get my stamina back. Still looking for... Oh no, I've already got the propaganda posters, so... Okay, so there's a key in design. Oh, okay. So I can actually activate the line for... Excuse me. I can activate the line for... Control Room B. But I figure if I can do all of this in one go, that just makes it easier. Trying to... Okay. I'm guessing there probably isn't a way to the other side, yeah. So if I do this, this will... It says an alarmed door. That doesn't just bring, like, Futterman. That also brings the... Oh, right, here we go. It actually adds new enemies to the level as far as I understand, so... It's not the end of the world if more enemies come in, but... Alright. Bring it. So that guy has a fun little weakness where if he goes to a bright area, he doesn't exactly take damage. There isn't really damage for the enemies in this game, but you hear him sort of yell out in pain and run back to a dark area. Now, if I recall correctly, the design... It could actually be, now that I think of it, it could actually be the test lab that I need, but... Yeah, it's definitely not here. So I think my next best will be to go through the test environment. Buzz off. gonna open the door in a minute. Nope, there's the sign. Okay, lock that. That doesn't stop him forever. That just gets me a couple minutes. So, short of... I'm gonna need to put the C... I still need to put the C item on the right conveyor belt, but at this point here we really just need to hit the keys and
I don't see anything, Daddy.
Alright, let's-
Oh, last time I left.
I also feel a little bad. I remember there was a blue folder somewhere around this area that I never followed up on. Anyway, so this is a chance for me to put this on the right conveyor belt.
It sounds like I got a lot of them.
I could have gone in the locker, but I'm also wondering if I can double back like this.
Security override successful. Assembly feeder full. Assembly liners.
Damn it.
Respect for authority is key to that.
Okay, she's still on patrol, but I really need to stop being impatient. This also isn't where I'm supposed to take it. It's the other side. Okay. So as fun as it is to be chased all around the level, okay, so we still gotta get this thing back to where it needs to go. So that garage door is where we take it. Now, I've always wondered if I'm able to just hop over this and land with the box. It also seems like a good way for me to take damage. And at least on standard, there's not that much for me to worry about. I was mostly hoping that there would be some sort of file in here, but... I shouldn't take my chances here, but yeah, they found me. Probably not somebody I want to fight right now. I think probably second best I can hope for here is an adrenaline. You know what? I don't need to worry too much about the adrenaline shot. What I can do though is prepare for the big finale. There's two things that I want to do. One of these is going to be following the pipe. And that's about restoring the pressure. But the second thing I want to do is open the second pathway to the doll.
I just can't.
Okay, there's definitely somebody in here. Okay, they're probably gonna come for me when maybe not. So I'm gonna lose a little bit of time on this, but I make it back. Ah, damn it. Okay, I'll go back to the confidential room in a minute. Actually, you know what? I think.
I just want one.
I just need to give him space.
Here that matters. Everything else is a dream. I'm your pal. Hi, Dr.
Okay, so I just messed with that guy so that I could get all these. Oh, no pressure. Damn. Okay, that was generally the right idea. I just got a bit unlucky in terms of all the party time that materialized. YOLO! I'll also say that hidden room's a bit unkind to put in that spot, this spot of the level. But anyway.
Get over here!
All right. Let's see if we can do this in one go. So I guess Mother Gooseberry lost interest. Alright, this is going to get a little awkward. I don't have that much to throw. So, next best thing I can do is send him on a merry chase. I get to start my tea. Reagent displaying real totemic belief, fully embracing primacy of the unreal. So yeah, door trap felt kind of bad because I didn't intend to do it, but then again, I don't think anybody intends to walk into a trap, so... So obviously some of these trials... Actually, the Toy Factory is a new one for me, but I also feel it's a relatively straightforward one, especially given the fact that you can complete parts of the... you can complete parts of it in any order you want.
You learn beautifully. You may be my ideal student, my inspiration, a gift to science. I think you are a perfect masochist.
I always thought it was just a good old-fashioned, sorry, just dealing with emails. I always thought it was just a good old-fashioned Watchmen reference. But yeah, so, I don't know, I find the Toy Factory... Actually, most of the Toy Factory stuff... Incinerate the sex toys is, like, one of the most straightforward for me. I definitely struggle with Fumigate the Factory. And I feel like Shut Down the Factory was a more or less straightforward one. This one requires, like, a little bit of effort, but we should probably be able to finish the Toy Factory tonight without going too far over. I do need to be conscious of the time that I finish... Just because I do need to be up early for the for the internet, but if I can make some progress, I'll be happy. So, crush the sex toys. Discreet packaging hides dangerous perversion. Shine a light to expose the boxes of sex toys, then crush them with industrial force.
I cannot teach you. I can only offer fear and pain and perversion and rage. That these show you a path to enlightenment. Crush and destroy the toys, and we will let you out.
So the big one on this one is that, much like the boxes in the main mission, basically, you need to find the right one. Unlike the other mission, though, you need to find them through, like, a black light. And that I have found, especially because you use a generator and it, you know, it's gonna like trigger the enemies in that. Particularly on some of the missions where there's like a lot of variators on them, those can be a bit of a challenge. I don't think it'll be the case for this one, but I do imagine I'm going to be running around and contending with some like I think I'm just going to get chased around and have to hide for some segments.
This way.
Okay. Actually, I normally like to try and run through the areas quickly, but I also like to make sure that I'm not missing any obvious posters. More evidence. When I don't use the X-ray, I do sometimes wonder, like, some of the stuff that becomes really obvious when I'm running this thing. I always wonder sort of how much I'm missing. I guess one way of doing it would be to just start keeping a record of what I find when I use the X-ray versus what I find when I use the other rigs. But, I don't know. I don't know if I'm obsessive enough to keep those kinds of notes. So one bit of good news here is I don't actually need to enable the generator. I just need to, I don't need to like fill it up with fuel or anything like that. But, all right, we are gonna go the other way. So 171 in B. And 715. All right, thanks, Hesley. Have a good night. Okay, this isn't it. There it is. This one takes a little more effort to bring over, but not... Uh-oh. She doesn't have a whole lot she can do to me in the dark.
That poor child.
We're downtown.
Which I guess I haven't really shown that I need these, so I'll just load up on stuff to throw. Okay, need to find the conveyor belt. Actually, I will confess the X-ray isn't the best for Um, isn't the best for working these out, but... Okay, now if I recall correctly, it was 171 that I wanted. It's gonna get a little awkward. Sacre bleu!
Paging, doctor, whatever the fuck I am. Run if that's what you need to do. Another house call.
Oh, gotta take it elsewhere.
Come on, man, be cool. It's an
God damn it! Whoops! Alright, 510. 182 and 510. I'm wondering if I got that wrong.
Another bottle of flowers and some price.
There's no rush, Dr. Futterman.
Well, you're not telling any longer. That's a fact.
I don't think anybody's there.
Clear stared themselves. You red clumsy slut.
Oops.
Now, boys and girls!
There's 510. Again, same story as before. If I, even if I can just put it down. So now it's just a question of actually delivering all this stuff to the compactor. And of course the drawback here is because I'm running to all these different destinations, if Gooseberry catches me, it makes it complicated. We should be fine. Okay, there was the B. There's the C. So these two I know kind of were close together, so I'm going to hang out and try and get both. Okay, not T. I'm hoping that this thing holds out, but... Damn it! So I would not be surprised if I see her coming around the corner. Yep. I did get a bit lucky. There was the... That was B, so we're going to be waiting again. Sacre bleu! Should be coming around to us now. There we go. Oops. So at this point, there's absolutely no point in me there's no point in me trying to find an antidote. I will, however, look for a fight. So I don't think that should cost me the A+, but we'll see. I did get hit, yeah. This one scares me. So 2 lost sanity, 2 received damage. The damage was really more a function of the sanity loss, but game's obviously not going to do that. I was going to say, for all the complications, this is basically at par, so...
I know a teacher isn't supposed to love a student, but I can't help myself. You're wonderful.
All right. As long as you're all okay with it, I don't mind doing a couple more of these. I may have been a little optimistic thinking that I could do the rest of the toy factory, but Incinerate the Sex Toys I seem to remember is a very, very straightforward one. So, perversion on an industrial scale foments widespread corruption and disobedience. Push the production carts of sex dolls into the incinerator and burn the sickness.
You're getting better every day.
So you can also see sort of with some of these, with the relative ease through which I run through them. This would be a good indicator about why I would want to sort of advance to the higher level. Now, it's definitely not like that for all of these, so I'm not at all trying to imply that I find this trivial. But it's a good example of how, like, imagine I treated the last couple of sessions like, imagine I treated them. Imagine I treated everything, like even the unknown challenges, like that. That's a little bit like how I behave in after doing a bunch of introductory missions. In fact, I will also note that when I do escalation, I tend to walk on noise traps for the simple reason that I'm so used to having the slippers, it kind of becomes a reflex. So again, if I get to that point where any of the challenging, like I get the easy ones out of the way at the very beginning, and I become accustomed to more challenging missions, then the escalation stuff becomes the exception rather than the rule.
You are the sunlight that burns away exposed infection. Perversion thrives in the damp, dark places where secrets fester. Incinerate the sex dolls, and we will let you out.
But yeah, so basically, if I can just sort of get the kinds of missions where I'll wind up disrespecting the difficulty out of the way and just build in an expectation of challenge, then what that basically translates to, if I if I wind up doing a rebirth, I don't suddenly go from sort of standard or introductory to something that would be roughly equivalent to an intensive or even psychosurgery. Now, the one challenge I may run into, if I'm not careful, hey, it people guy. Sorry, I gotta follow orders. Yeah, the biggest challenge I'm gonna run into on this one is making sure that I find the propaganda posters. And the key, but that's a separate issue. Okay, key acquired. So we'll be repeating that a couple times, but I'm kind of worn out. It was a big week at work. It's something we've been working towards for the last little while, so that's in the rearview mirror. I personally have a bunch of follow-up work to do on that. Okay, so I gotta beat feet. So this sort of stuff is where I kind of want to, this is the sort of stuff where I want to go on the lookout for posters. Yo! Okay, I don't have anywhere to hide. Yeah, well, I was looking forward to streaming. I need to be a little conscious of the bedtime. Like, I probably should have wrapped up by now, but the only reason I'm really not playing... Okay, so first of all, I actually genuinely really like Outlast Trials. I have always liked the game, but there was sort of a period of time where I just sort of... I didn't exactly take a break, I just sort of got busy with other stuff. And I've come back to it, and I've really just found new and more ways that this game continues to sort of impress me. So, playing a game I like is kind of justification enough. I don't know how much people, care for this sort of stuff. I know some people have said that they really like seeing me play this because I tend not to freak out in games like this. And so, having the inoffensive Canadian accent maybe make the game a little less intimidating can be nice. And then other people, I just think, find this very gross and unpleasant. Okay, time to... I should have gone through the door, but... Woo! But yeah, anyway, so it's a busy week at work. My work's kind of just beginning on that front. Maybe not quite just beginning, but I've got a fair amount on my plate, let's say. But I was really looking forward to playing this, and the big one for me... Oh, okay. I didn't know the key would be in there, but obviously I will take the good fortune. A little worried about the number of posters I've claimed, though. So I'm gonna go pretty deep into the level here because that's the end. I've basically moved the cart to the end of the level, and if I only have one propaganda poster, that means I have a bit of searching to do. But yeah, so the only catch is that I did ask them to come early tomorrow. So if I don't get to bed at a decent for Friday hour, let's say, then I run the risk of oop, that's gooseberries. I don't think she can see me, but if she shows up, I'm armed and dangerous. How many posters do you expect to see in a level? It depends on the level. Some of them are larger than others, but I'd say 6 to 8 would not be unusual. I only need to get 3 though. This is why I like the X-ray. It's a substitute for thinking. Okay, here we go. Okay, Gooseberry's on patrol. And I see another poster over there. Good news for me. Bring it. Do not bring it. You are too strong. That didn't do anything. I'm fucked. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Alright, so I got 3 minutes to fix this. Anyway, yeah, so I like this a lot. Alright. I don't think this will cost me the run. But yeah, so I like the game, but one of the things that's nice about it too is because it has such a like it's very, I don't exactly want to say episodic because I realize that means something different in for games, But basically, the 15 minutes for the MK challenges, and even 45 isn't that much to ask for like the main trials. But there was a real chance. This is actually, I've already had a couple of internet outages today. It just happens to be that this is one of the first streams in a little while that my internet hasn't just died midstream. So the thing is that, this is an online game, so you'd think that having unstable internet isn't isn't great. But the thing that is nice about it is that, like, the stream can't go on without the internet. So, my gameplay cuts at the time that the stream stops. And then because it's these little kind of bite-sized like episodes or challenges.
Perfection. Tomorrow's wars will be endless and quiet, and we will win them with silent weapons like you.
But yeah, so basically, if there were a bunch of interruptions, I'd feel less bad about having to break up an episode over like three segments than like Cyberpunk, which is sort of a single narrative, and so it feels kind of bad when you when the internet goes down and I have to have multiple entries. This one takes a little longer, but I think we can manage this one in good time. But yeah, anyway, so again, I like this game. There are little touches that I really appreciate about this. And like I said, getting ready for an early visit from the internet provider. Streaming right now is not the wisest thing that I've done. But if I can finish off the Toy Factory tonight, it just brings me closer to my next rebirth. Oh yeah, I didn't read the description for... Merchkov controls the means of production. Use the emergency brakes to shut down the factory. One of the things I find the most interesting about this game is that the person I have played multiplayer with is Kite260. For those of you who don't know him, Kite260 is a streamer that I've known on the platform for a while. Like, one of the nicest people that I've met online, or at all, I could go so far as to say. And he has like a really wholesome stream. Like, there are people I don't necessarily have the highest opinion of that I have seen him work really well with. He's like, at least in terms of what I've seen of him online, like he's quite admirable, really nice. And yet, for some reason, like, the game that we've actually co-opted is, again, like the gross horror game, Outlast Trials. I don't know. I'm assuming he enjoys it, but like, it's not the sort of thing you'd normally associate with somebody like Kite. He likes Kirby and Kingdom Hearts. All right.
Workers are capital itself. Products bought and engaged to create more easily sellable products. We must control production. Shut down the factory, and we will let you out.
So I'm gonna have a little snack, so I'll try not to chew into the microphone, but I might be quiet for a little bit. I'll confess, this one was a bit of a puzzler for me when I first did it, but I find it pretty straightforward now. It just has a few segments to it, so it's, it's a little, well, you'll see. Didn't really need that. I'm kind of at the point now where, even though I have 4, there's a poster. Even though I have like 4 inventory slots, really I just want to fill them with bottles. Or bricks. I thought I saw a brick. There we go. The adrenaline might come in useful too. Actually, I can take out. Okay. So, for this one, I want to follow the wires. Alright. So, I've mentioned this before, but actually, there's one thing I really like about the little puzzles that they design for these mini games, right? So, I get 4 actions here, so... Okay, so that got 2, right? 2, 3, 4. So I got lucky there. But if you think about it, if you keep your head while you're doing that... And again, remember that this is a game where, like, evil policemen and, like, dentists' daughters with a drill for a hand, like, chase you down. The point of this is to stress you out and have you make mistakes. We'll get an example here, right? So, 1, 2, 3... Okay. I'm just very good at the game, I guess. But if you think about it, right, the one thing that should be sure, if you're paying attention while you do that, is you should know which of those will trigger 2 and let you complete the sequence. And so, as a consequence... let's stitch... this one. Oh, that's C. I don't want that yet. I've definitely gotten turned around. There we go. Ooh, I gotta get out of here. No. Go away. Go away. So basically we repeat that for the other 4 sections. Sorry, I think I was gonna say something else, and then I lost my senses. Oh yeah, so there's a few different variations on this, but like the principle kind of remains, right? Like it's it's challenging enough that when you are when you're in sort of an intense moment, you don't do it in your sleep. But it's sort of simple enough that you don't feel like it becomes the main event. And then again, as I've mentioned a couple of times, I guess during the broadcast, like the one of the things I also really appreciate is just the fact that it seems to take familiar ideas and then just puts enough of a spin on it that it feels fresh. So that now that they've got many more maps and, just, I think, what is it? I think actually 4 reagents now and a 5th one coming in less than a week. It doesn't feel like you have just a ton of, very arbitrary rules and encounters to learn. It sort of feels like you have kind of a core set of skills that you develop. Okay, so I know through process of elimination this will do 2, right? So, there you go. So again, there's enough, they're putting enough stuff out on at a pretty steady clip to, keep people engaged. But it's not sprawling, right? It's sort of like, I guess the analogy that I would make is that if you had a board game that you like, let's say, and one of the ways that, the board, there are obviously board games that do expansions, but let's say that every time there was an expansion, the rule book doubled in size. That you had an equivalent amount of stuff to learn every time you added another expansion to the game. That wouldn't necessarily be the most fun to learn, Might be very fun to play because, you start with the main game and then you learned how to, you learned how to handle that. So then the next expansion is basically Alright, I'm not crazy about that enemy. So if you're familiar with the rules and there's an equivalent amount of effort to learn it, it might be a little off-putting to pick it up. But you develop that knowledge over time. But if we continue that train of thought, and we say, okay, the canonical way of playing this game... I'm going to have to hide because I'm pretty sure that's Futterman. Okay, she's going a different way. Let's say now that, nobody really plays the core game anymore. Ooh, I almost walked right into her.
Let's go to my office. It's time to trim your orifice.
Yeah, so let's say that if you want to get into it, I don't know, let's say it's Settlers of Catan or something like that. And it has its cultural moment. Everybody likes it. But the condition for playing it is that you don't play the base game. You play the base game and all the expansions. Well, if you're a new player, it's going to be absolutely miserable to play that base game or to learn that base game and then add all the other stuff from the expansions, which may be genuinely great. But it's a lot to ask of someone at the very start. So, there's a couple things that I really like. So, number one, in terms of setting someone up with the level, the game does a pretty good job, in my opinion, of, it basically presents you the one challenge you need to learn right at the start. So it's got sort of a little implicit tutorial at the start of the level. And like maybe that's table stakes for like level design or something like that. But it's something I appreciate. But I was mentioning during the courthouse, which has sort of like, you know, so like one of the challenges that you frequently need to do in the game is like take a heavy object and put it to this other place. And, you know, that's interesting in the context of a game like this because one of the most effective ways of surviving is just to put some distance between you and the enemy, particularly so you can find a hiding spot. Well, you can't carry a heavy object into a hiding spot. Heavy objects make you slow to move. And then on top of that, you need to find the place for the heavy object, so you have two equally unpalatable options. Either one, you leave the heavy object where it is, and then you hope that, you know, once you find the location for it, you remember where to go. Or you lug the thing around looking for its destination, but then that means that any time you run into an enemy, you are vulnerable. Right? So when you hear that, you could see that I already started running. That was a pretty natural response because I'm not carrying anything. Well, if that happens and I'm carrying a heavy object, now I need to decide what's more important, right? Do I want to keep the object with me, or do I feel confident that I'm going to be able to shut down the factory, so exits in section D, so have a little bit of a journey to go. So yeah, so, you know, carrying heavy object, again, like this is not, you know, plumbing the depths of avant-garde game design. Like, it's a minor enough challenge that it's interesting, you know, while you're filling your 15 minutes in an MK challenge. Okay, careful about the big guy. But obviously, if it was like the headline feature of the game, you'd maybe give it a pass. Oh crap.
Don't run, children! I only want to...
Please exit via trial shuttle.
Mission accomplished. But where I really wanted to go with this is that the courthouse adds another dimension to that. So you're carrying acid. And so that means that if you want to try and do some of the escape moves that you would normally rely on, it comes at the cost of having the acid splash over and damage you. So again, you have a very familiar experience from the previous levels, but there's a set of actions that are now limited to you. It's not even the sense that it says you can't do it, but it does say that if you want to do this thing, you know, if you want to make a split-second decision while you're holding the acid, the cost may be some health.
Damn near perfect. I'd almost think you're the one teaching me.
And then, you know, I don't necessarily want to hold that example up as like the greatest that Outlast Trials has to offer, but as I've kind of gone through all of the different trials, as I see them adding new things, you can see this really clear pattern of them adding variety inside of the trials, but always adding variety in such a way that it's sort of an iteration on an existing challenge, as opposed to, you know, here's something absolutely brand new that you've never ever seen before. And so instead of learning like 6 things that you need to do to survive a trial, now you have 10 things. Good luck. And so I have a lot of respect for how the game sort of stays fresh. I mean, I've been playing it quite a bit. I still like how there's sort of new stuff for me to experience, at the very least in terms of just different challenges or intensity of challenges. But it hasn't been, you know, it sort of, it feels a little bit more like it's exploring some of the possibilities of what you can do within the already familiar material, as opposed to sort of sprawling out and sort of becoming like a game that has like one of everything. So, all right, so I think the last one in terms of the challenges I'm going to do is Fumigate the Factory. This one I suspect will actually take me longer than the listed 15 minutes. And then maybe we'll read the American Century lore, and then we will call it a day. Fumigate the Factory, MK Challenge. Aging workers with their pensions and benefits are the bleeding wounds of our economy, draining the corporate body with their chronic existence. Stop the bleeding with a sterilizing gas and put the workers out of their misery. Oh yeah, sorry. The other thing I'm going to do is turn in all the quests, or the tasks, and buy stuff in the catalog.
Accident. The unnoticed leak that invites invisible death. Ushering out the workers whose lives linger beyond their productivity. Fumigate the factory. Kill the employees, and we will let you out.
Okay. So this one just, it's like the Pervert the Futterman, where I have I have a bunch of pipes to follow. I don't know if I'll get the poster there, but... like me. Okay, I'll settle for Station A. Okay, so it looks like all three haven't started. Oop.
You won't take care of your teeth, then I will.
Is this how factories work? Alright, here we go.
I accept my fate. Death is inevitable.
Gonna do A2 because that doesn't put me on a collision course with, well, there she is.
Everything is going dark.
I want to be a little careful because obviously she's close, but I don't want to hide forever either. And again, you can kind of see how something like this, where you're focusing on this winding pipe. It's not the first time we've done this, by the way. This is also something in... Alright. Ooh, crap.
I'm sure there's some children somewhere who just love to meet Dr. Futterman.
This will make my life a little easier. Okay, now I'm going to want to be careful of the, what do they call it? It wasn't napalm, was it? So because they cast light, unless I'm in a hiding spot, they're going to make me sad. So we'll just wait till they're clear and then we'll pursue the objective. I did get a little turned around, so I don't know if I'll be able to find A3 at the same time, but I'll do my best. I guess I don't think it labels these. Let's make a guess and say, oh right, yeah, there's one that I need to go outside for. Okay, that was fun, but I lost the plot. There we go. Yikes. Yeah. The poison's getting the better of me. And this doesn't fix it. So two sound traps isn't a great showing, but I need to get out of that area. I might actually already be in section B, I think. So I could jump into that barrel, but I'm actually just going to double back so I can pick up some items while he gets a little mad. Oh, here we go. He's going to come back, obviously, but... This is going to get a little awkward with a second enemy on the other side here. Ah, nuts. I think discretion's a little bit better here. Actually, seems like they went in a different direction, so... Oh, crap. Would have rather not lost that item, but... Oh. Okay, let's go for it. The thing is, I actually don't know where the central location is, which is also going to mean I don't know where the exit for this is. So I'm going to be a little more methodical on this one. Just so I have a fighting chance to get out of the area in good time, unlike last time. Oh boy. That's fair. Now, I might have just lucked in. Oh, nope, nope, open it up. I might have actually just lucked into the last area, because I believe there are 2 outside sections for each of these. Get out of there. Biggest thing right now is I need to find replacement throwables. If I can find a green pipe, that'll it'll sell me a little more on the... Oh, no, there we go. Okay, so up and around, probably in this building here. But again, at the potential cost here that I'm going to have a heck of a time trying to get through the factory without taking too much damage. Oops. Literally the same place. Yeah, that's not where I want to be. God damn it. It's Sector 8. What am I doing? Okay, I need to start going in. All right, I'm screwing this up big time. I'm probably gonna lose this now just because I'm too disoriented. God damn it! Yeah, I lost. Oh, that's shameful. So, big lessons out of this one. I need to... Oh, that's right. There's going to be a... I mean, I'm not going to get an A+ though, so I'm going to have to redo this anyway. But regroup at the incinerator. Say, one, I should have looked for the exit signs. Yeah, there we go. So the really shameful part of this was if I'd actually just bothered to look at the environment rather than sort of run around like an idiot, I probably would have wouldn't have needed to die. I mean, A- isn't bad, but I want the A+ before moving on. But 16 minutes isn't that long to spend on this, so I'll do it again and just be a little more mindful of keeping on top of where I am in the level. I should also probably consider packing a bit more healing when I run through those sections, just so I have an outside option. And then I guess I also don't lose the time.
A heroic effort, just shy of perfection. shows you that you would be a star pupil. You're learning so much.
Yeah, I also lost a little bit of time when I tried to go into the hiding spot because that's how toxic shock worked, but that wasn't necessarily the smartest thing for me to do. So, one more on Fumigate the Factory. Hopefully we get an A+, and then a bit of lore, and then good night. Sorry. Purchases, then lore, then good night.
You may now enter the trial zone.
You are the happy accident. The unnoticed leak that invites invisible death. Ushering out the workers whose lives linger beyond their productivity. Fumigate the factory. Kill the employees, and we will let you out.
Yeah, no worries, Ishma. Good to see you. I actually messed up the Fumigate the Factory, so we get a chance to do this again. The internet's actually been holding up reasonably well, so I was happy about that. We will be doing some of the lore at the end of the stream, though, so if you like that, you haven't chosen a terrible time to visit, but I appreciate you stopping by nonetheless. Okay. I'm going to take a minute here just to see if I can find any more posters. I think it's pretty clear here that once I start fumigating the factory, posters are no longer an option. Oh my goodness, we got Knight 97M, It Is D-Pain, and Anime Hero 77 with Party of 4. Thank you very much. In fact, I believe D-Pain and Knight 97 showed up in my, I don't know, I guess I started hearing about these in relation to Spotify, so I don't know if they were the first one to do the annual reviews or not. But certainly they're the one that I associate the most with the practice, although I'm not a Spotify user, but always happy to see some familiar names come up. I hope you're all doing well. I will just caution you, so I'm going to guess you are all enjoying some form of co-op experience. This is a co-op game, but this is part of the Outlast series, so this is violent... Oh, sorry, Ecorbeat, first of their name. I do apologize, I didn't see your name until a little bit later, but thank you all. It's lovely to see you. I will just warn you that this is a gross and violent and awesome game, but maybe a bit of a change in scenery for some of you. So, I am delighted to have you here. I am actually particularly delighted that you're here in relation to raids from some streamers I am quite fond of, and not just because they show up regularly as hosts. But I also completely understand if this is a different tone than you are accustomed to or want to see. But for those of you who would like to stay, we are helping the cause of capitalism by reducing some of the pension liabilities. No worries, Knight. Wonderful. I feel like it's been a little while, but I am very happy to have you raid. Thank you so much for that, and I hope you have a good night. Okay, let's see if we can get back to the upper pipe. They're gonna come after me. That was bad luck there. Okay, let's follow the pipe as far as we can while we're being chased. Sacre bleu! Woo! Now, I should also say, if anybody has any questions about this game, or the setting, or why I'm doing all of this, happy to answer them. Sounds like we'll have some time while they work out their issues. Okay. Looks neat. And that looks like the pipe to the outdoors. So I'm just going to see how we can turn that into a... Whoa! Run for your lives! Whoops. That was definitely not intentional. Okay, somebody sees me. Unlucky. So ideally I'll find an antidote before pursuing any of this, because I do remember trying to navigate the area. Man. That's 2 screw-ups in a row. Yeah, so having this stuff happen while I'm already getting a bit of a distorted view from the poison sounds like a recipe for me to take a bunch of unnecessary damage. So I'm gonna put the mission on hold. Okay, there's the big man, so let's oh, crap. I knew there was somebody who arrived in I know there was someone who arrived. I just didn't realize it was a doctor in that area. Perfect. Here we go. Okay, so we've recovered the sanity. Ideally, I'll find another bottle to throw, but that's not immediately... Actually, maybe I just get another... Okay, Let's not make unnecessary noise. Maybe I just grab a lockpick. Maybe I need to find a lockpick. I can't believe this. I walked by that. Alright. That's what I get for not paying attention. Alright, he is gonna come charging over here. I didn't intend for that to pop, but no harm, no foul. So let's see, there we go. The part that weirds me out a little bit is I think I've already been in the sections where this seems to be leading me. Did I really just run by the valve? I did. Another reason to be embarrassed. Alright. So this one's going to be a little bit of a challenge because I don't really know the path back to the... like back to the central area. But... what I am going to try and do is follow the... okay, so... okay, here we go. I don't have a lockpick, sadly, but... not again. I don't know how much those penalize you. I'll feel bad if I don't get an A+. Okay, this will be... oh, no. Could be worse. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to grab a lockpick. Okay, so all these seem to be in roughly the same area. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. They saw something. Oh no! We got another one. Alright. Oh god, the pincer attack! Okay. I'm definitely gonna need to work on this. I think I'm just gonna have to accept the health loss and then find a way to recover it rather than fully mitigate. Yeah, so she does 2 bar. If you can't stop the bleeding, she does 2 bars worth of damage. The thing is, because I haven't been getting the health... alright, we'll start with this. I don't normally like using up 2 single health items, but... that's what I got. So, if I've got something for a lock, I can get a good, no.
Tiptoe to the gooseberry patch. Do 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 do.
I will teach you about dental hygiene! I will teach you about dental hygiene!
You think those friendly around here?
Funny thing here is I don't think this is the one I was pursuing. So she's probably going to come out of here before I can finish the job, but let's go as far as we can. Not again! Yeah, so this is really just because I can. But, remembering, So actually there's one really big reason why I want to get a lockpick. It's so I can find... it's so I can find, like something to restore 2 health. You don't have anything I need. Bingo. I think this is the wrong direction, but...
You almost fell on me, you stupid cow!
It's a bad time for a second character to show up. At least I got one of the healing items, but... Oh, I also found the other valve. So this is a tough call. The fewer throwables I keep.
Poor child.
Little dumb cow.
Yeah, so the division that I'm gonna have to deal with here is if I... Oh, I really thought there was health. Oh, it's on the other side here. Okay. So the question is, do I think I'm gonna need 2 or 3 bars of health? I'm going to learn the lesson from last time and say 3 bars. But again, the cost here is that I only have 2 things to throw when the time comes. But I also know to pursue the exit signs. That's not an exit sign. Oh, bad luck. Okay, so, next priority, based on... Alright, sadly I don't have any more throwables. So it's unlikely that I'm going to need 3 health anymore. In fact, it is much more likely that I'm going to have to deal with the enemy that emerges. It's going to get a bit awkward. I don't know if she sees me yet, but at the very least I'm going to get the energy up. Alright, that was a lot more efficient. A+. Took us a few more minutes, but... Potential mana personality candidate. Mark for sodium amytal questioning regarding Skinner Man. So yeah, I mean... Wait, 2 door traps? I only remember 1. Yeah, so not great, but not enough to knock us off our A+. And I got all the goodies. So, just a caution for those of you who are watching. For those of you that want to know more of the story, let's just...
Perfect. Beautiful. You are the hope for a better tomorrow.
For those of you looking for Outlast story, I'm going to go through some of the evidence that I've found and haven't read yet. But for those of you looking for Trials, I'm done with that. But after I read the evidence, I'm going to be... well, actually, I can turn in the... Oh, sorry, I've already turned everything in. So I'll be wrapping up the evening with a bunch of purchases from the catalog. But I figure... we'll give the people the reading they want. Sorry. The American Century, How Murkoff and the CIA Shape World Politics. The American Century, Freedom in Global Leadership, A. Bradley Avellanos Letters, 1949, April 30th. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational Letters Only. To the Board from A. Bradley Avellanos, Proposal for New Business Opportunity. Dear Sirs, I have been made aware of a new opportunity for great revenue in the promotion of higher ideals of freedom and global leadership. It involves a simple matter of chemical refinement for our friends at the new agency, well within the capabilities already established by Murkoff Pharmaceutical. Agency asset P. Hallowell is providing heroin to Chiang Kai-shek's rebels in Thailand and Burma to indirectly fund Shek's anti-communist activities. 2. The agency wishes to expand such operations into Europe and the Middle East in light of rising leftist sympathies. 3. CIA contacts among the Sicilians are incapable of refining heroin, lacking the sophistication to do so without great risk of fire and product loss. The Corsicans have the capability, but cannot be hired without insulting Mr. Luciano. 4. Murkoff Pharmaceutical could easily refine such medicine. I've casually proposed such an arrangement to Mr. Lawler, who is amenable pending upstream conversations. To say it plainly, entering into this sort of arrangement allows us to become part of the CIA's extra-budgetary, self-funded activities. This could be a near-limitless global tax-adjacent revenue stream with extraordinarily powerful legal protective implications. Please consider this carefully. Sincerely, A. Bradley Avellanos. Agency partners. Copy private correspondence between A. Bradley Avellanos and Jameson Lawler, Central Intelligence. Heading removed. Dear Jameson, a little bluebird told me you were considering another contractor for research in the area of pharmaceuticals and psychological influence. I discussed it over luncheon with Alan the other day, lovely dish of artichokes, and he shares my concern. Please remember, as they say in the gangster pictures, you don't have anything on us that we don't have on you. You've come to the Murkoff Corporation in the past to for help outside the bureaucratic stagnation of Congress and your own agency. To reject our offer of assistance at this point could have terrible public implications. Please reconsider, and we look forward to working with you. A. Bradley. Sorry, I should have also mentioned this is February 6, 1954. Collateral Damage, July 6, 1954. News clipping transcribed from the records of Dr. H.J. Easterman, 1957. Farm family brutally slain, San Antonio, Texas, Associated Press. A deranged airman brutally murdered a family of 5 in the early hours of Monday morning, sexually molesting several members of the family. Several animals may have also received unwanted attention. The airman, second class, Jerome Gillette, 37, was found naked and disoriented among the hogs outside the scene of the murder. He is being held in an unknown location as protection against vigilante justice. Gillette, a World War II veteran and instructor at Lackland Air Base, claims to have no memory of the crime, though physical evidence makes his guilt obvious. He told officers his last memory was Sunday night's fireworks and being offered a piece of chewing gum from a woman in white before he blacked out and woke up days later among the hogs. Gillette was spotted by a postal. See Family Slain, page 3. Blowback, July 7th, 1954. Private correspondent between Jameson Lawler, Central Intelligence, and Abe Bradley. Bradley, if you haven't seen the headlines coming out of San Antonio, I strongly suggest you have a newspaper couriered. A crime this disgusting, this violent, committed in public. We're working to make certain the press does not make any public connections between the crime, the airbase, or our activities. I'm sick just thinking about it. This cannot happen again. J. Lawler. Pushback. A. Bradley Avellanos letters, interorganizational letters only. July 9th, 1954. Private correspondence between A. Bradley Avellanos and Jameson Lawler, Central Intelligence. Dear Jameson, nobody ever said progress would be clean and easy. Don't lose your nerve now. The San Antonio incident was regrettable, but please think of it as a speed bump in the road. As you've learned before, so long as the public has somebody to hang, they won't get too curious. This doesn't have to happen again. As you should be well aware, Signala solves this and any issues that could arrive in the future. If we keep this in-house, if we control the environment entirely, we can minimize the potential for speed bumps and easily keep any that arise from the public view. It's only a matter of money, and Murkoff has made a very reasonable proposal for how it can be sourced outside of congressional approval. Please be prompt in your reply. A. Bradley. Thought leaders. Dien Bien Phu, August 29th, 1955. Transcription of conference, H.J. Easterman, A. Bradley Avellanos, and J. Lawler. Minutes 12 to 14. The short answer is results. We'll be looking at data from Los Angeles and Mount Massive, but with a mind towards producing actionable agents. Actionable, as in releasable, deployable in the field. We'll be making the thought leaders for drastic societal change, for which you need all this. You can build an aircraft carrier in here. You want to train shepherds, you have to give them a flock, on a large enough scale, with extremities of taboo applicable across cultures. I don't need a term paper. They keep talking about actionable. Dien Bien Phu, what about it? Our allies, who have pledged support, got their little French heads kicked in by the communists at Dien Bien Phu, and Eisenhower sat on his hands. Why? New look, massive retaliation. Correct. The U.S. engaging in Indochina would mean nuclear war. Any retaliation is massive retaliation. Bombs mean more bombs, and once us or the Soviets are involved, Lathe offers the agency a quieter weapon. Lathe lets you deploy belief. The agency's already invested, you just need to let it ride. Compared to Saddam, we're a bargain, with potential domestic and civilian applications. I'm not going to acknowledge domestic application. The communist threat is just as real here as abroad. Charisma and belief. These were the lessons of World War II. Ignore that at your peril. Chiang Kai-shek, the French in Indochina, they lost because they underestimated the power of charisma and belief. They lost a communist uprising. Communism's just a wedge. It's a tool of belief like any other. I have trouble selling charisma to the boys upstairs, because Dulles is a banker. He thinks the world is made by rich men and backroom deals. Is he wrong? Tell your bosses it's not charisma. It's marketing. It's propaganda. I don't know. You can see it. I don't know. Indochina's not nettled. Not by a long shot. Uncle Ho's a charismatic man. Vietnam, Easterman Journal, September 9th, 1959. Murkoff Corp. Personal Surveillance. Copy. Private Journal. Entry of Dr. Hendrik Jollet Easterman. The path of discovery is never a straight line. Nothing humbles a man so much as a strict adherence to the scientific method. I thought charisma could be combated with charisma, but fighting fire with fire only makes a conflagration. I look again to Christ. You kill a nation's soldier, all you've done is kill a soldier. But if you strike against yourself, a tactical suicide correctly applied, you can destroy that whole nation. It occurs to me as I look at orders for reagents in Vietnam, reagents conditioned for self-destruction, culturally attuned to urban environments, aesthetically groomed to pass in a Western crowd. It looks much like we are striking at ourselves in order to kill our enemies. Sometimes the trials imitate the world, and sometimes the world imitates the trials. We live as we dream. The Mines. The Mines. Murkoff Minutes. 1960, April 17th. Murkoff Corp. Copy. Transcription from tape of conference between A. Bradley Avalanos and Jameson Lawler, CIA. Edited for clarity. Minutes 4 through 7. Supposed to be harder to tap. Can you hear me all right? You should just make the trip. Believe me, I want to, but I'm in Morocco. The Africa situation's getting out of hand. We're going to have a dozen brand new nations by the end of summer. We're offering our partners some assistance. We may need a hand from Murkoff. Africa? What's this about? Landing strips? Mines. We got surveys showing the uranium loads have potential to be just incredible. If we have any chance of outpacing the Soviets, this is where we do it. Tell your people to expect a call from the Statsvielite guide? Sorry, Statsvielite. I obviously have never seen that word before. You're going to have to spell that for me. All right, I kind of blew it on reading those, but we've got our first line of entries read. I'm slightly tempted to read the variators, but I suspect that's a lot. 9, 14, 22, 4, 7. I don't know if I've got 27 entries in me. So that's it for lore, at least for today. Let us do the thing we're all here for, and that is consumption. Not quite enough to knock out 3, but... Oh, yeah. Pretty good progress, nonetheless. Oh, wrong section. So, for costumes... That's my new outfit. I feel like this is the one I'd be most likely to wear other than my current getup. I also tend to go for the bigger looking night vision setups personally. Alright, and it didn't look like there was anything new in the for the rooms. Alright. I think I will call it there. So, in terms of overall progress, so the plan here, I believe the new... actually, you know what? I can find out. I've got... Sorry, I realized the image isn't present, but I just want to go to the Outlast Discord. Project Messiah goes live December 9th at 10 a.m. So 2 new MK challenges, winter kills, and presumably the new trial environment. So Tuesday morning. I'm going to be at work, so I will be playing that on evening. I should actually say I'll probably be doing a bit of this in my Discord if it's a day off of regular streaming. But yeah, so the way I plan on spending the next few days, I don't think I'm going to be doing as much escalation therapy because I've already locked in my higher level stuff. So basically, tomorrow, which I likely won't stream unless I do it in a Discord, I'll do my dailies. So that should be good for about 80 tickets, plus whatever I get from the trials themselves. The plan here, in terms of tasks, I want to work on Rebirth. So again, escalation therapy will be after I relapse. Rebirth is going to be as a result of core therapy. So we've completed the toy factory. We'll be moving on to the docks. These are pretty straightforward. Poison the medicine is actually the one that's probably the trickiest for me because Franco always winds up shooting me while I'm loading up the drugs. And I seem to remember poisoned cattle was a little tricky, but yeah. So next one I'll be working through will be the docks. After that, I don't know. I think it's pretty clear, right? Docks, downtown, suburbs, and then I've got a couple of shopping malls, but that's not most. You'll notice most of these are newer, so they don't have as many challenges. But once those are done, I think I'd probably be willing to do another rebirth. And then at that point, it's just a question of sort of dividing my attention between the increasing difficulty of the core therapy. So once I finish kind of the back end of this stuff, so 4 more episodes, I've already got my intensive for the police station. So we'll be doing intensive for orphanage all the way to the shopping mall. And what that means is I should, from there, basically be able to empty out my rebirth tokens. And then I figure once I've done that, that's where I go from police station to shopping mall and psychosurgery, and that will hopefully be my sort of future baseline. But of course, in between all of that, I'll be enjoying the new winter event. Actually, I should maybe mention that one of the biggest reasons for me to try and push a little bit hard on all the therapy here is I believe with Winter Kills we'll be getting a different currency. So if I can get 90, 165, so 265 tickets between now and Tuesday, if I want, I can buy Project Relapse. I'll still be 2 catalogs behind. But I'll at least be prepared to engage with the Winter Kill stuff. I will confess, by the way, some of these are really good, and I would be tempted to buy them. Anyway, I am spending too much time babbling, so let me go to main menu. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. As one last act, I will try and find somebody to host tonight. Who is online? I was hoping I might be able to host Revived Snow, who was streaming a little bit earlier, but I think at this point I've got Kilgore Trout, who is currently playing Heresy of something or other, Heresy of the Wizard. So for those of you who do not know Kilgore Trout, he plays a lot of classic games on original hardware. He's also somebody who streams on the GOG channel. I think he's a member of their streaming team, so it's a different change of pace from Outlast. The only thing is just I don't know that many people who do a lot of Outlast. I'm quite pleased that there are a couple people coming by because of the Outlast content, so I'm going to see if I can find a better way of dividing all of that in. But the important thing to remember here is I did do Outlast tonight just because this should be the last evening of my crappy internet provider. So hopefully tomorrow morning I will be getting a better internet connection. That'll mean more XCOM during the main weekdays, and then Cyberpunk on Fridays. But I will try and find some room for Outlast, particularly with the new event coming up. But again, once again, thank you everybody for hanging out. Have a great time at Kilgore's, and if I don't see you otherwise, have a lovely weekend.